Yes, if you are joining me now, welcome, welcome, welcome. This is our study workspace. It's a space for those that are preparing for their exams. If you are preparing for your exams or you have your paper you are writing on, this is the space for you. So in this place, I'm going to be guiding you through your focused time, your sprint hour, your sprint 15 minutes, and your 10 minutes of mindful break. So once it's time for break, I want you to take your mindful break and be present in your breaks. As you're coming to join us, I want you to come with your tasks, and I want you, even if you are coming to rest, that's also part of being productive. So you're invited to be here, and you're also invited to come with your tea and whatever drink you have that will keep you hydrated during this season. So during the sprint time, it is called a sprint time for a reason. So during the sprint time, we are working and we are concentrating, focusing our energy on our work, on what we have set out to do. So if you haven't made up your mind what to do, you can use this time to think out the three things that you want to achieve today. If you are studying, yes, this is the space. If you are working, yes, this is the space, especially if you want to achieve what you want to achieve on a set time. So we are going to use these Pomodoro sections to get you to get what you want. So when it's sprint time, just focus on your work, focus your energy on your work, and minimize every distraction, minimize every notification, and minimize chat. Please, as much as possible, try to be kind and obey our community rules for this space. So you are welcome, whatever your language, whatever you do, you are welcome in this space to study. You are welcome to this space to work. So I will call you again when it's 10:50. So that's how it will be working. Every top of the hour, we are starting a new section till we complete the 6 hours. And after every 50 minutes, we'll be going on break, and it's mindful break. So I wish you a very successful and a very productive 50 minutes. Yeah, we've come to the end of the first section of our study workspace today. So, how is your productivity going? Uh, how is your task going? Hope you're achieving as much as I'm doing. It's really interesting. Yeah, I'm having a very smooth start this morning. So let's talk about what we were discussing yesterday. How to improve your memory as a student, as a writer, uh, with this jet age and being spoon-fed with a lot of information. Because your memory is what you need to think critically. For you to think deeply, you will need your memory. It's not just all about getting things right by touching the computer and asking Google what you want to ask. So it's your break time, so I want you to take your break. You can walk around, you can exercise your leg, you can have a drink, water, have a healthy snacks. You can actually go out for a walk. 10 minutes is enough to go out and get a breather. You can also just meditate, or you chat with me as we are here now chatting. For me, I'll be using my breaks for this chat so we can talk. If there is anything you want to ask concerning learning, concerning retaining what you read, concerning improving your memory, I think I'm in a good place to answer you. I've been a student for a very long time, and I've been a teacher. I've worked through secondary school to the tertiary institution teaching, so I understand what it means, and if it comes to getting a good grade, if that is what life is all about, I think I've really enjoyed that also. So for you to improve your memory is very important, especially if you are aiming to work with your certificate. You know, it's not all about getting the certificate. After you get that certificate, you defend that certificate till the end of life. If you made a first class, every time people will be looking out for you to make an impact. If you made a 2-2, the same way. Or if you're a writer, you have that pressure to keep writing, to keep being on top of your game. So your memory is quite important. So let's talk about how we improve our memory. So if you are there, please join me. If you are in the gallery, if you've been watching, please join. You can put in there, let's know what you think or what you want to achieve. Have you seen yourself forgetting things easily these days? Have you seen yourself struggling to retain what you read? And when you go to the class, or when you are asked, you say, I think I thought I saw this yesterday, but you've forgotten where you saw it. So you need to work on your memory. It's very important, and the more we age, the more our memory also age. So it's important that you build it up while you are still young. Even if you are old now, it is still important that you work on it. If you can't play the games that will provoke you to think, games that will make you think deeply, games that engage your memory, games that engage your thinking, they will help. To improve your memory as a student, it's not all about reading endlessly. If you read without a plan, you are going to struggle. You see yourself in the exam hall, you are still struggling, trying to find out what you read, or you are biting your pen, trying to remember. I think I saw this, I think we were taught this. So the first thing you do is to improve your recall ability. Make sure that you can recall what you read. Make sure you can recall what you were told. So if you've been told, this and this and this happened in class, you know, it's quite easy to just think that you remember it when you hear it. But the truth is that most times you might not take up to 10% of what you heard out of the class, which is why they put that adage and said that the dull pen is still sharper than the sharpest brain. Do you know why? Because if you write it down during the time you heard it, you will write as much. So you can keep it and read it again. But that doesn't make it part of your memory. But writing really helps. But the thing that will help is to practice recall. Try to recall what you heard. After you listen, close it and ask. If you don't, ask yourself and recall. If you can't recall them all, you can then ask questions. Please, I think, please, can you say this again? And the person might repeat it. From there, you can write it down. Please, I've always said go around with your pen and paper in your bag is very important, because just like any scientist, you know, or any artist, you can be going out and it pop in your brain, oh, this new idea, this new creation, then you can use your pen and write it down. So it's very important that you walk around with your pen. So when you hear it again, write it down. So during your reading or preparing for exams, it is important that you practice recall and practice handwriting. I didn't say you should go and type it. Don't go typing it, because typing it will be popping out as you want, and you'll be carried away by the flashing light or whatever. But when you use your five senses, when you employ your senses and your hand, which is part of your feeling, and you're able to write down what you recall, you will know exactly how far you have gone in learning what you've been taught. So take your pen, paper during your revision for exam, recall. After recalling, then write it down. Try and put it down and see if you're making progress. If you could remember, then that's good. If you can't remember, then you go back and read it again and come back and write it. And I also want to let you know that it is not all about going on and on and on reading. You will need rest to get it into your brain. You need rest to get it into your long-term memory. It is a fact that if you don't sleep, you are going to get confused, and you are going to get just is a normal thing that we all know. Every one of us, we know it, that when you are not rested, you are restless, and that can't help you when you are learning. It can't help you if you're working. It can't help you to achieve your aim. So you need enough rest as a student. You need enough rest as a researcher. You need enough rest as a worker. So when you are working, make sure that you schedule your rest also. When it is time for you to rest is part of you keeping in your memory what you've read. It's part of you being productive. It's part of you now putting those things that you've read in. It's very important that you learn how to rest. And also schedule your joy. It is not because you are preparing for exams, you are no longer eating. You are preparing for exams, you are no longer taking care of yourself. That wouldn't help you in any way. So plan yourself, plan as much as you are doing the work, that you should have enough rest and have a good time to care for yourself. That is quite important. So as a student, if you haven't been doing that, so I will want you to try it, and I'm telling you, I'm very sure it will change your grade. It's going to change your results. If you haven't been doing it, what I'm telling you, do it, and you see yourself coming out on top of the class, because it's not everybody that learn just by listening. And those that also learn just by listening, if they apply what I'm saying now, they will do better. You need, when it comes to your memory, writing is still superior to typing. It's still superior to you watching those things. When you watch it, when you go back, you watch anything, maybe any of the videos that they play in classes, and say, okay, watch this, and as go home, or when you are free, try to recall what you read or what you saw, and try to write it down with pen. When you do that, you won't forget it, and most times it will stay with you for years, not just for the exam. So practice what I'm telling you now and see how your grade changes, and see how easy it becomes. Because most times you see students, they keep reading and reading, they go back to it, they read again, they go back to it, they read again. You keep reading. The more you read, the more confused, and the more, because you are putting much more pressure on yourself. It's not helping. So when you read, take a plain paper, get a jotter, get something that helps you to write. So you write it down, you try to recall what you've read, put it down, and write it each time after reading. If you can't memorize, if you can't remember up to a page, you can just read only the first paragraph. When you read the first paragraph, try to recall, ask yourself, translate it the way you understand it, then take your pen and paper and write it. I'm telling you, if you practice this thing, there is no way you are in the school that you won't come out with, unless if you're already towards the end of your school days, then it will just improve your grade. But if you're just starting, maybe you just got an admission, or you are just starting, practice what I'm telling you. You see yourself coming out with first class. It's as easy as that. But if you don't know how to read, if you don't know how to plan, you see yourself struggling. So this is another time for our sprint hour. So we are going back to work. Focus on your work and do what you have to do. You know, you brought your tasks to the table, so focus on your task, put your energy and your concentration on it, focus on it. After 50 minutes from now, I'll be coming back to talk to you about what we are. So we continue talking to students. So as much students as you know, please bring them. This is a space for them to study. And I'll be speaking to you again once it's 11:50. I wish you a very productive 50 minutes. we've come to the end of the second section. If you've been working with me, congratulations, you spent 1 hour 50 minutes already. So we'll continue from where we stop. We are going to be talking about how to improve our memory. So if you are a researcher here, you're a student, you're invited to come. You're invited to be here because we are going to be discussing something very important to us. Yeah. So please join me. Yeah. So we'll be talking about how to improve our memory, how to retain what you read, how to retain if you are writing an exam or you are doing something that you need your memory intact. So it's time for you to come close and let's discuss it. Let's see how much we can achieve within these few minutes. So it's break time. You can go on your break, have your mindful break, walk around, break away from whatever work you're doing. Like me, I'm out of the work now, so it's time to chat. We are here to chat and talk about how to improve our memory. So improving your memory is very, very important. So it's not just something that you don't need as a student. If you must pass, if you are going to pass, if you are still going to use your certificate to do something very important to you, so come close and let's discuss how to improve our memory. For this, I'll be talking to learners, lifelong learners, for students, undergraduate students, for postgraduate students, for researchers. So if you are any one of these or you're an academic writer, please come close. You know, when I was practicing this earlier during my undergraduate days, I never knew how good it was, but I found out that it works. So it worked for me, it's going to work for you. Like I said, you will see a great improvement, a significant change in the way you retain what you read. You will see a change in the way you will recall what you've read. So if you are not here yet, please come and join us. So because we have very few minutes to talk about this, you have very little minutes to talk about this. I don't have 2 hours to talk now. What I have is like 7 minutes from now. So I'll be picking it one after the other during this break time. We'll talk about how to improve our memory. I just gave you the last time the general things. That's generally how you can, but let's dig deep so you understand how it works. So from now, when you return back to school or when you go to your research station, you will see, when you apply it, you see the changes, you see the improvement. That is why I am here to help you do that, because when it comes to retaining things and recalling, I think I do it very well and it works. It's without much stress. If you don't use this technique, you see yourself reading and reading and reading. At the end of it, some people will still, after reading, they will forget. Or have you seen yourself when after reading, you use your highlighter, you type it down, you read again, you go back to read again. At the end, when you are asked any question on that, you see that you've forgotten. You'll be cracking your brain. How did I thought I read this? I saw this. Do you have such experience? If you have such experience, then let me tell you why it did not stick, because you did not commit it to your long-term memory. And for you to do that, there is need for you to learn how to read, to learn how to retain. And we are going to look at this in 3 different aspects, because for you to memorize effectively, we are looking at learning effectively in 3 different aspects. The first one is encoding, the second one is storage, and the third one is you now retrieving what you have stored. And you must do these 3 things effectively for you to retain what you have read, for you to retain what you have learned. It has been proven that after 24 hours, is scientifically proven, after 24 hours of learning, most people will forget up to 70% of what they have learned. It's not magic. It is because you did not put it down to long-term memory, and it doesn't just happen. putting it down to long-term memory is not just something that reading and reading and rereading can do for you. No, there is a technique for you to do that. And if you're always reading and forgetting 70%, or you went to class, you forget 70%, or you have attended a conference, you attended something and yeah, it was so interesting. You know, when they ask some people, what did they learn, where they say it was very interesting, then just ask them, please, can you tell me the details of what you learned? Then you will see that no, they did not learn anything. Maybe they learned just 10%. And what happened to the rest? They've forgotten it. So there is need for you to increase and improve your retention, your memory retention. After encoding, which is you absorbing the information, listening to the sermon, listening to the conference presentation, reading that book, watching that video. After that encoding, now there is need for you to store it. And you don't even mind, we haven't even thought of, oh, how are we supposed to store these things? So you see yourself, you just think, oh, I've read it, yeah, I heard it, yes, I've watched it, but at the end of it, you can't remember up to 30% of what you put your strength. Maybe you spent 1 hour, 2 hours reading and rereading, you can't remember it. So there is need for you to store information in a way that it will be there for a long time. And the last is how you will retrieve it. So there is a way for you to recall and retrieve. So looking at that, for you to achieve that, the goal is for you to optimize each of these stages. So you need to get the information and get all the information that you need. You don't just need to listen. You know, sometimes you listen and you think, I've got it all. At the end, if they replay it, you say, I think I missed something. I think if it hasn't happened to you, it used to happen to me. If you're just listening and you're not putting it down, you say, oh, I think I didn't even get this one. Did they also say this one during that time? So that's it. So you need to effectively encode. That's getting those information, and you need to effectively store this information, and you need to effectively retrieve this information. So for you to be able to encode, so you need as much as possible to gather this information in different formats. Some can learn by looking at it, some can learn by listening, some can learn by writing it down. So as much avenue as possible that's available to you, use them all to get this information that you need. Then for you to store it, you need to rest, and we are going to talk in detail. But what I want to talk about now is active recall, because that is where it's hinged for so many of us. We must have been reading and reading and reading. You go through it again, you say, oh, please, can you repeat it again? And you see people, they are struggling at the end to record this information that they read is difficult. And during exam, especially because of pressure, they might even forget it. So let's talk about how to retain that information and record it when it is necessary. And if you follow these things I'm telling you, it is proven. I mean, I'm a living witness, and so many others that have used it. It is proven that it will work. It's going to change your grade. It's going to change your life, really. It's going to change your stress level, because it takes little for you to learn than you are putting that effort. You are reading and reading. At the end, you can't remember it. So let's follow this. The first one is for you to actively recall what you read. Actively. So active recall is not just should I say, is a passive rereading. Some people, they go over it again. Oh, I think I've actively recalling means you closing that book, or you pausing that that video, or whatever you've read, or you coming out of that class and try to recall what you listened to or what you've learned. Is very important. So during that active recall, it's time for you to also use maybe flashcard, use whatever that can help you. So you try to bring it out. Try to see if you can recreate your notes. Try to see that paragraph or whatever you've listened to see if you can bring it out. So when you read, during the active recall, is for you to put it down in your mind that, oh, this thing I'm reading, I'm still going to say it, I'm still going to record it. So it makes you to retain some. So during this time, you have to record it by writing it down, by telling it to yourself, speaking it out loud. You're not just going to say, you know what we do when you are reading, shh, Those ones maybe it's just for your proofreading or whatever. When you want to actively recall, if you are preparing for exams or you are preparing for something, or you want to train your mind, you want to train your memory, then active recall is very important to you. It's very important. So you need to close that book, close whatever you've learned that information from, put it in your mind, try to take it through so many scenarios, interpret it in so many ways, then try to write it down again, see if you can recreate. After recreating that, see if you were able to get exactly the same information that you read. So from there you'll be able to find out where you are lacking. You can go back to it, now read it, you can go back to it, now you can just study it and go back. So our break time is over again, so I'll be continuing where I stopped. This is our sprint time, so I'll be calling you back again for the break at 12:50. So I wish you a very productive working hour or study hour as you join me. If you haven't joined, please join and bring whatever you are working on, and let's work on it. After 50 minutes, we'll be talking on how to improve our memory, how to improve our score, our grade. You can teach this to other people, and it helps. It will reduce your stress. It will help you. So let's speak again, and let every minute of these 50 minutes count. Thank you. we've come to the end of the third sprint time. So we spent 2 hours 15 minutes already out of our 6 hours. So it's a mindful break time. Take your break, walk around, get a breather if that is what you want. You can chat or you can listen to what I want to say. So if you are here with us, it's time for us to still continue what we were talking about. We are talking about how to improve our memory, how to improve retention, not just memory, but for you to be able to recall, for you to be able to remember what you read, what you saw, what you have been watching. Those are very important, especially for students, especially for researchers, and those that are doing their learning, for lifelong learners. So we are here now to talk about how to improve our memory, how to strengthen your memory so you can recall what you read, so you can recall what you have been studying. So if you are in the gallery, if you have been with me, you know we spent 2 hours 50 minutes already, and this time we are looking at, as a student, this is meant for undergraduate students. If you have children that are in the school, for writers, for postgraduate students, if you are struggling to remember what you've read, if you are struggling to see yourself recalling easily, because you need this to pass. Most times you see, after reading and reading and reading, you keep forgetting, and when it's exam time, yeah, I think I saw this, that's what you'll be saying. I think I know this, I think it hasn't been long I saw this, but it's because you rereading and rereading tricks you into thinking that you know it already. But rereading can't keep things in your memory. What it does is to make you feel familiar with the content, and when you feel familiar with the content, you will think, yes, it's already in my memory. You only know it's not in your memory when you quiz yourself, or you have quizzed by others, and by then it might be late, because then after the exam there is no need for you to start going around it unless you are learning it for lifelong application. So as a student, it is important for you to retain, to improve your memory, to improve your retentive ability. So when you see something, you'll be able to understand it and retain it. So we've been talking about 3 important aspects of improving your memory. The first one is encoding, the second one is storage, and the third one is you retrieving what you have learned, or what you have seen, or what you've been taught. And we've talked about active recall, which involve you deliberately trying to recall what you've read, trying to bring out, trying to rewrite, or to bring it into another form, or apply it into another skill, for you to recall what you have done, for you to bring the same knowledge, for you to be able to repeat, or repeat what is in that book, maybe in another way that you understand it. That is the active recall. It's not just reading and rereading. So when you do active recall, it is strengthening your neurons, is strengthening the brain nerve, is strengthening your brain, that yes, your brain will develop more pathways to store what you are reading. It's very important for you to recall. So practice recall often. Close that book, close whatever you are reading, go out of that class and see if you can still remember what you were taught. So another thing you can do is to quiz yourself. When you are reading or you are preparing for exam, always quiz yourself for every passage, for every point, for every idea in that book you are reading or what you've been taught. Quiz yourself around it and see if you can answer the questions. It's very important. Some will use flashcards to say, okay, maybe you use abbreviations to remember the things that you have done. But when you quiz yourself, you will see, oh, if you still remember this, if it's in your memory, or you were just reading through it. Another way is to see if you could rewrite your notes as a whole, if you can bring back the same knowledge that is in that note. So it's a way of you retrieving it. So another way for you to improve your memory is to space recall. You need to space recall. You need to give your brain the chance, the space, and the time to take things from your short-term memory, from just seeing it, to the short-term memory, to the long-term memory. So you space your record. You might see it today, you might read it today, you'll be able to record it, but by tomorrow you are losing it, because our brain is already wired in a way that it forget things. Your brain is living, so it has so much doing, and things that it thinks is not necessary to bring it, to take it out, unless you review it and keep reviewing it. So your record, you review every time, but give it space so you can put it to long-term memory. You can record, you can do the revision the first day, then the second day you give yourself the space and go on the third day and see how much of it you still record. Do it the 7th day and the 14 days, and so much and so forth. So you will see if you are still retaining what you have learned or what you have recorded. It's important, because it is going to give it will help you beat forgetfulness with time. So give space in between. Beat forgetting with time gap is very important. So give your brain the space to calm down, to create more pathways to store what you've learned. We talked about encoding, which is just gathering the information. We've talked about you storing it. So this is part of you storing it. You need to give your brain the time to store what you've learned, and you need to give your brain the rest to store what you've learned. We're still going to talk more on that. Then the next thing you can do also is to repeat. Each time you repeat to yourself, this time you talk to yourself. So elaborate and try to connect with whatever, connect the knowledge to the things you see. Try to see if you can apply it, and that will help you to remember it easily. If you were taught, let's just take something, let's just take one thing for instance. Okay, you were taught diffusion. Oh, let's just use you were taught conduction. I say, oh, that this metal is a good conductor, this one is not a good conductor, it's used for insulation. At the end of that physics lesson and you are out of the class, the easiest way for you to go about it is to try to recall all that you've been taught and try to apply it in different ways, things that you remember, things that are everyday, and dig deep to find where you can relate it to. And if you can relate that, it will make it easy for you to get it back, to record it when you need, to retrieve the information when you need it. Like for this conductor we are talking about, they will tell you, oh, this metal is a good conductor. At the end they say, oh, when you put it in something hot, it will become hot itself. You can think of iron spoon that you are using to eat. If you leave it too long in a hot food, then it gets hot. Then you may know that, okay, this is what they mean by transferring heat, and this is the conductor. So try as much as possible to elaborate and get it into things that you already know. Put it into concepts you already know. And let's look at you mixing up subjects. Many people used to ask me while in school during my undergraduate days, this is exam and you are reading novel. This is exam and you are reading how to improve this, how to improve that. Yes, because that break is what your brain needs to develop. It's develop your brain muscles. And you might not hear this in another place anymore. And I might not have the time to post it if they don't put it in highlight. So listen, and listen very carefully, because it will help you. It's going to change your grade. It's going to change your school life. It's going to reduce your stress as a student, as a researcher, as an exam prepper. It's going to really help. So try to mix up what you are reading. It tells your brain, it's teaching your brain that there is a difference. It challenges your brain to differentiate between concepts, and your brain is trained, is meant to grow. You are training your brain with challenges. Your brain is not going to be carrying up weight lift and all those. It's not going to be doing such exercises. The only exercise your brain understands is challenge. So challenge it. As you are reading physics, before you know it, you switch to biology. As you are reading to biology, after 30 minutes or 50 minutes, you go to chemistry. It will challenge your brain to differentiate between concepts, and it is developing your brain muscles. So let's just keep it at that, because we have come to the end of this mindful break time, and it's 10 minutes spent in the break time. So if you have been on break, please come back. It's time for us to start another sprint time. So during this sprint time, I want you to focus on the work at hand, what you're doing. and make every minute count. And during the break time, you still remember you go out and do what makes you happy, or you can listen in here. So I will see you again once it's 1:50. Please stay with me. 1:50, we go on a break and we continue where we stopped. So we've come to the end of this section. The sprint time is our break time. So if you are working with me, it's time for you to take your mindful break. It's time for you to step out, walk around, stretch, which is important for you to have enough blood flow around your body, a good circulation that will help you. So it's break time. So let's stretch and then talk about how to improve our memory as students, as learners, as exam preparers, as those that wants to get their memory active. Even when they are old, they'll still be active. So now we are talking about how to retain your memory, how to retrieve what you have stored, how to store it properly, how to encode. That's all these three aspects. They are all needed for you to achieve your aim, which is to effectively recall what you have seen, recall what you have read, for you to recall properly. So it's important for you to retrieve what you have read. Please excuse me, let me switch off this. So we were talking about how to improve our memory. We've talked about recall. So the next one we are talking about, okay, with the recall, you also need to explain to yourself what you have read. So this stage now is for you to teach. You need to talk to someone about what you have read. Even if there is nobody there for you to teach, you can just teach yourself. You can speak it aloud and speak to yourself. When you do that, it will help you identify areas where you are still lacking. It will help you identify areas that you are still struggling with. So you go back and maybe relearn it and come back, recall, give it time, and then teach yourself. So as a student, this one is not the place that they will say, oh, everybody is not a teacher. Please endeavor to, in fact, fight to be the teacher. Try to teach others. Try to teach your classmates, as many that say, oh, I don't understand this. Just offer to teach. Do you know why? Because the more you teach, it will show you the gap. It will show you where your weakness lies. It will show you what you haven't learned, the area you need to strengthen. So you go back and strengthen it. So you just pick a topic from what you have learned and teach it to someone. If you see anybody that will listen, if you don't have anybody that will listen to you, teach it to yourself. Speak it out and loud, not in your mind. I didn't say you should murmur it. Try and say it out and see how much of what you have learned that you can apply, that you can recall. That will show you areas that you need to strengthen. So today, if you're a student, please try and get study classes, people that you can study with, those that you can teach, those that you can talk to while after reading. It will help you to improve your memory. It will help you to retain what you have read. It will help you to retrieve it when it is time for you to retrieve it. You know, this thing I'm teaching you is not something that I read anywhere, but if you read, I believe some scientists, they must have also found that out, and it works. It worked for me. So when they offer themselves as students for you to teach them, be very glad to teach, because it's going to strengthen your memory. It will help you to find out the gap that is still, what you are still lacking, what you haven't grabbed, so you can go back and do it. And we're also talking about reading and trying to mix things up. That is very important. In case you did not hear it the last time, this time please listen and listen very well. It's very important you don't keep reading and reading the same thing. You read it, you go back, you read it again, you read it, you go back. The more you do that, what you are gaining is just getting familiar with the content. It's not going to get down to your memory. So for you to get it down to your memory, you need to try and recall. You need to give your brain the time. So give your brain that break and do it. It should be deliberate. It's not haphazard. It's not something you read this from mathematics to English, you are switching in between. Plan it. After 30 minutes of solving maths, then you can go 30 minutes of English. what you are teaching your brain is challenging your brain to retrieve information faster. And that is what you need when you are being quizzed. That is what you need during your exams. That is what you need to pass. That is what you need to keep your brain active. So learn to switch between courses, between subjects, between things that doesn't relate. It will help your brain to differentiate faster between concepts. That's what it's doing, and it is strengthening your brain muscles. And because I did this, if you ask those that study with me, they will understand this. Many were always like, why? This tomorrow is exam and you are reading this, you are reading how to improve this, how to do that. Yes, during that time I'm training my brain. So I'm teaching my brain, once I switch back, whether it can still pick from where I stopped. So it is important for you to go that way if you are a student, if you are a lifelong learner, if you are a researcher, if you are preparing for exam. You might not be hearing these things, so in other places you might be lucky you've heard somebody that told you that's good, but here I'm telling you what works. And if you apply what I'm telling you, you will see your grade change. You will see your results, and you'll be like, is this still me? The secret is not that you put more time to work. The secret is because you are reading smart. It's not just reading. It's not you reading and going to read it again. No, that is not how to read. It's not going to help you. It will make you get familiar with the content. You already know that this thing, but when it is time to record it, you see that it's hard for you to record it. But if you follow the steps that I've been talking to you about, you will see your results change. You see the difference. So I might be speaking about this maybe in parts as we go, because we always do it only during the break time, and break is only 10 minutes. So if you're listening during that time, then that's good. It will really help. If you have somebody that is in school, you have somebody that is struggling to understand, you have somebody that's struggling to retain memory, all you need to do is to train your memory. Train it like every other muscles. And how do you train your memory? You train your memory by giving it challenge. That is how our brain thrives. That is how it is wired. And the things that you don't bring up, you don't review, the brain will take it like, oh, it's not too important. Our brain is also designed to forget things, and that is why you keep forgetting things. And it is established, it's an established fact that after 24 hours you will lose about 70% of what you learn unless you review it. So reviewing is good, but not reviewing we are talking about is not just you going back to read it and reread it. No, it's you to be involved actively in recalling, to recall what you've read, what you've watched actively. And how do you do that? Close it, work out, and see if you will remember what you have read, and see if you can apply it, like I've said it before, to see if you can relate it to things that you know, and see if you can tell it to another person or tell it to yourself and still get the same meaning. And if you keep doing that, you see what you are doing is training your brain. Your brain nerves, it will be developing and creating more pathways to store. So for you to be efficient, for you to achieve your aim, you must get these three effectively working for you: encoding information, storing it, and retrieving it. These three things, they are very important. So we also go back and talk about continue what we are saying about how to improve our memory. That's from in the next break, because we are going back to our sprint time. And during the sprint time, we are not chatting. It's a time for us to focus on work. So during the break, you can go connect with as many that are here with us. You can go chat, you can take a breather, you can walk, give your brain a break. So we are back to our sprint time. So I'll be speaking to you again once it's 2:50. Once it's 2:50, I'll call you back. Then we'll start discussing again how to improve your memory, or your retention of what you read. And if you have any chat, you have any question, just put it in the chat, or you can DM me. Please don't DM me about anything that doesn't relate to this, because I'm very busy. I might not even look at it. But if I see from the beginning just the study, then I can go into it and maybe answer your questions. So I'll be seeing you again 2:50, and I wish you a very productive 15 minutes. Please make every second of this 15 minutes count. So it's another break time, so this time I'll be moving out to walk around and get some refreshments too. So I'll be seeing you in when the break is over. So I'll pause this for now. Yeah, for those that has been with me through this study works time, so kudos to you, well done. We spent 4 hours and 55 minutes, I think 52 minutes. So we just have the last of this thing to go. We have the last now to go, the last section. So during this last session, I want you to make every second of it to count. And let's just talk about improving our memories. So in case you haven't been listening, so I will just recap what we've been saying for a very long time. So we've been talking about improving your retention of information. We've been talking about how to improve your memory as a student. We've been talking about how to increase your retention. So when you go for an exam, you wouldn't be struggling and you wouldn't have to be reading and rereading, because that's what so many people do, and it's a lot of stress when you keep reading. Instead of reading just that one thing, you can use it to get other information. You can use it to gather so much. So what I'm going to teach you is practical, and is something that is tested and is proven it works. If you follow it, you are going to improve your score, you are going to improve your grade. So this is meant for undergraduates. If you're also writing your WAEC and you have somebody that's writing, okay, that's good. But it's specifically for undergraduate studies, postgraduate studies, researchers, and those that are doing lifelong learning. So if you are among us, so listen carefully, because this will help you not only now, but even in your old age. So you'll be able to retain information. You keep your memory smart and sharp. So the first thing to do is to actively recall. Be involved in active recall. Don't keep reading and rereading. Close the book, close whatever you've read information or got information from, and try to see if you can recall what you've read. Try to see if you can make sense of what you have read. and write it down. Don't forget, I didn't say you should type it, because most people, they think typing will keep it, but using your hand to write it still wins over typing. So use your hand and write down whatever you have studied. If you do that, it's going to help you. It's going to help you to retain what you have read. It's going to keep it from, it's going to help you transfer it from short-term memory to long-term memory. Again, I've said also that you should try as much as possible to say it loud. Say it loud. So this is not the time they say everybody is not a teacher. If you're a student, if you are preparing for exam, in fact, fight to be the teacher among your peers. So just go and say, oh, I've learned this. Can I talk to you about it? Can I teach you about it? And if you say it loud, if you teach it to another person, you will see the flaws, you see the gap, you see where you still need to strengthen. Then you can go back and read it again or learn it again. Then if you have no person, nobody to teach or to talk to, it's still okay. You can teach yourself. All you have to do is just to close that book after doing the record, and you are sure you know what you have recorded, you've written it down, done your abbreviation, your color coding or whatever, and you're able to tell the story back to yourself, and you're able to relate it to other things around you or the things that you already know. Then you can teach it to yourself by just talking to yourself as if there is somebody you are teaching. And when you do that, it will help you to retain what you have read. It will help you to retain. And what it does is that it is building pathways. It's trying to strengthen your memory, your brain nerve, and to strengthen your memory pathways. Then we also talked about you mixing up what you're learning. So don't just go on learning one thing, reading one thing over and over. 1 hour you are reading mathematics, you're doing mathematics, 2 hours, 3 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. No, take a break. And when you take a break, you can go read other things that doesn't really relate to what you are doing. What you are teaching your brain is to be challenged so it can retrieve information faster. So when you are preparing for exam, it's not a time for you to keep going on and on and on over one thing. If you keep rereading it, what you are succeeded in doing is you getting familiar with the content without learning what the content is, without really internalizing what you have learned. So give it a break, take other things. Maybe you read, let's just take the normal subjects that everybody knows. You are reading mathematics, before you know it, after 1 hour, switch and go do English. And after that, switch, go do biology. What it is challenging your brain, and your brain thrives under challenge. If you are not challenging your brain, it will be hard for your brain to grow. That is the only way you exercise your brain. The muscle can be exercised by lifting or by walking, or but your brain is challenged. That is the only way it can grow. So, and you can teach it to others, like I've told you. That is very, very important, that you go about teaching it to yourself and talking. Say it loud. Very important is what I'm going to tell you now, which is the basics of you retaining your memory or increasing your memory or retaining the information. Is the brain basics. Eat well, sleep well, rest well, exercise well. These are very important. It's not a luxury that during exam or whatever that you sleep. And don't go doing the all-nighters. You know, there are some people, they do all-nighters, and funny enough, my friend pulled me one day, say you must go for I said I'm not going. But they were like, oh, you help me, you teach us. Okay, when it comes to teaching, I said, okay, I'll just go towards midnight. I'm going home because I can't do it. When I went there, funny enough, people were sleeping, all in the name of all night. And all the stress goes to your brain. Don't go pulling all night. Give your brain rest. It's only when you are resting that your brain will internalize what you have read, and that is when it will move it from short-term memory to long-term memory. And that is the only time it can create the pathway that it can bring it forth when you call it. Because in the morning when you wake up, or anytime you wake up from that sleep or that rest, if you call it, you've given it that time, and that will help you to improve your ability to recall. Let me do the puzzles they've sent me, please. Okay. So this is another sprint time for us. So we are entering into another sprint time. During this time, we are focused and we are keep putting our energy on what matters, which is our tasks for the day. So during the break, we speak, we chat. If there are things that you need to ask on how to retain, how to improve your memory, please put it in the chat. And I'm here to teach you practically how to improve your grades, how to improve your performance as a student, as a researcher, as a lifelong learner. So put them in the chat, but during this sprint time I won't be chatting, so minimize the chat. You can put it if it's important. I will respond to it later. So I will be talking to you again because this is the last section, maybe 5 minutes to the end of the time. I will call us together to chat and close for the 6 hours of study work productivity time. So it has been a great time with you people, and I believe that if you are working with me, you have done a lot like I've done. It is very productive using this Pomodoro, giving yourself the space, the time to rest in between work. And during these 50 minutes, please make every second count for your work. This is the last of the Pomodoro section. So after now, we spent 6 hours. We've spent 5 hours already. So let's start. It's been a long 6 hours. So thank you to everyone that has been with me through this. We are coming to the end of today's study and work hour. So our 6 hours is almost coming to an end. So well done to everybody that joined. If you have been here with me, so kudos to you. You spent 5 hours and we've been working, and I believe that you must have achieved your goals, what you set out to do today. And we've been talking on how to improve our memory as students, how to retain what we read. If you are reading, after reading, you need to retain it, to bring it out, to retrieve the information that you have put in your brain. This is not just, it's not a computer, this is human brain, and it needs training. So how do you train your brain? How do you go about learning how to read effectively, learning how to study effectively? So we've been talking about it. I will just recount the things that we said for the students that are watching and for those that are going to talk to students. If you have students in your house, so please let them know that they can join this study workspace. It is meant for those that are preparing for their exams, for the undergraduates, for the postgraduates, for the researchers, for the writers, and those that are working. So if you want to be on top of your game, you want to achieve your aim with less stress, come join us and use this Pomodoro section and work in sprints and mindful rest. So if you work like this, you're going to be getting your work and rest balance right. If you get the work and rest balance right, you see that you can work for a long time without much stress. And you don't need stress while working. Why? Because it is going to cloud your clarity, and you need clarity to be productive. So join us as we go through this each Wednesday and Thursday and see how much you achieve. And I want to be seeing people that will come here to testify, oh, I saw my grade change, I'm able to produce this, I'm now very efficient in writing and this, and whatever you are doing in school. If you follow this, you will see that you have less stress. You will see that you achieve more. So we've been talking about improving our memory, improving your retention as a student, improving your retention. You still want to work with your certificate, which means whatever you have been learning, whatever you've been studying, you need to bring it out. You need to retrieve it when it matters. So how do you store the encoded information, and how do you retrieve it? That is what we've been talking about. So we've talked about you getting as much information as you can, and we've talked about you carrying your pen and paper to write down points, because the sharpest brain, no matter how smart you are, you can't remember everything. After 24 hours, it's proven that you forget some, as much as 70% of what you've learned. So it's good that you learn to carry your pen and paper to put down the points that will remind you what you read or what you learned, and try to be involved in active recall. So you try to recall what you've learned, you try to recall, you try to bring it out, you try to apply it to things that you already know, and see how much you have understood what you were taught. So if you're not able to do it, you can go back and read it again. You can go back and relearn, you can ask questions. Then if you ask the questions, still close your book, close wherever the source of the information is coming from, and still see if you can bring it out, if you can remember. That improves your retention of this information. And if you can remember, go further to write it down. Try as much as possible to see if you can replicate the information, if you can write down the notes without looking at it. After that, then if you're able to do that, know that yes, you've done a lot. It will be hard for you to forget. Then there is another way of also of you improving your memory. And how do you do that? Is to read a mix is to read the mix. Try as much as possible not to keep going rereading the same thing over and over again. It's stressful. It's not going to help your brain. Rather, it will make you to get familiar with whatever you are reading without really knowing it. So if you read a little, you leave it, you go to another thing that doesn't relate to that and read or whatever and come back to it. So it's teaching your brain, it's training your brain, it's challenging your brain to retrieve information faster, to switch between concepts, to switch between different things. But if you keep going on and on, you are burdening the brain, and that is not really going to be helpful. What will be helpful is for you to be able to retain effectively and retrieve effectively. And for you to do this, so what you need is to train your brain, to challenge your brain to switch between concepts. And that will help you a lot as a student. So try it out and let me see your answer, and let me see what you have found out, if it helped. Because I believe if you I'm very sure, not only I'm very, very sure of it, if you practice what I'm telling you, your grade is going to change. Your grade in school, your output is going to change, and you will see much more output, much more productivity. You will see the quality of what you are writing will improve, because now you can retain more. So we've come to the end of today's work and social and study space. So we spent the 6 hours already. You see, it's very, very short. It's not even, doesn't look like we've been working. 6 hours is gone already. So if you've been there, you deserve the clap. So you can clap for yourself and be happy. So now you have earned your rest. You can rest. But if you are continuing to work, please still follow this pattern. Follow this Pomodoro section. Go on for on your sprint time and go back to rest. Make sure to get enough rest. It's part of you being productive. So I will see you again on this topic, on this space, Wednesday by 10 next week. And we do it 2 weeks every week. That is Wednesday 10 to 4, Thursday 10 to 4. So bring whatever you want to accomplish, the tasks that you have with you, and let's work together and achieve together. Thank you for being there with me. I'm so grateful for those that have been supportive, for all your tapping, for all those that have been helping. So I'm grateful. Thank you so, so much. See you